we doing, everybody? The snag, but I'm not gonna let a minor detail like we do not deliver to the USA stop me. Oh Jesus. Not sure whether to be grateful or sad. Oh. It kind of had us on edge there for the last day or two. Like, patch has been delayed. How long? Can't say. Okay. For whatever reason, my mic is a lot quieter today. Ah. That's probably why. For whatever reason or another, my voice volume was low. Am I cutting off my voice a lot?
Alright. Let's see here. Okay. That's turned up.
That sounded a lot better.
Okay. There we go. Whoa. Now I'm distorting. Turn that shit back down. Alright. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch on over here. So there's quite a few new things this patch. Not as many as last patch, but there's a number of things. I guess we'll come back to this in a bit. So yeah, I figured we'd take this thing out for a little bit of a test drive. So ammunition-wise, I've got heavy loaded with an HVAP belt. HVAP is pretty lackluster on this, but it's only a 15mm cannon, so I wouldn't exactly expect much. And I'm gonna call it a cannon because, technically speaking, anything greater than 15mm is a cannon. Or anything 15mm or greater I consider to be a cannon, not really a machine gun. Yeah, the Gal 13's got new penetration. We'll get to it. Hell yeah. You get plenty of ammo for this thing, too. How long does it take to reload, though? You know what? That's actually not too bad. Update 2.03 of the game crash. Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of, issues, shall we say, with this patch. Update War Thunder 2.03 hotfix. Yeah. Like I said, there's a number of issues with this patch. And some of them you have to wonder, how the fuck did these get past QA? I mean, at the same time, the game is huge, so there's no way you're gonna get everything, but... Like, you can tell, they were really pushing hard to get this update out before the end of the year. What are my thoughts on the new tank gun effects? They look great. They're not entirely realistic. Like, there should be a lot more, like, flashes, I should say. But it's for certain weapons, but for the most part, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. The A4 game crash bug is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that if you crash the A4E... Oh, that's German tech tree. If you crash this aircraft into the ground, it crashes the game. For not just you. It crashes it for everybody in the lobby. Don't do that, please. If you have an A4E, don't do that. Please. As funny as it is, you're a total asshole if you're doing that on purpose. Because it can also like blue screen your computer. So please don't do that.
Back at it again with another round of Operation Suffer Winter Edition and another buggy patch.
Indeed, Engineer. We finally got a tactical nuke in RB. Yeah, I just don't think this is the tactical nuke that they expected. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how they could have missed something like that. My only guess is that this is an aircraft that has already been released, and so they're not too worried about it. And it just wasn't caught before the patch came out. But it's still one of those things where you just go, huh? Like, first off, how does that happen? And second off, what the fuck? Like, how did you miss that? So yeah, this patch is a bit of a meme. I also got the F-84F, but let's be fair here. How many people in this chat actually give two fucks about the F-84? Because I certainly don't. Like, I honestly could not give less of a fuck about the F-84. Like, outside of Cass, I have no reason to play this aircraft. A7D, though. A7D is pretty poggers. More like a fucking an off. Hacker line. Right as I start trying to grind the A4. Oof. I heard Ground Zero causes a blue screen of death, lol. Yeah. Yeah, that's also something else. This map, Ground Zero, which is a, of, like a nuked version of Alaska, it causes a blue screen of death. So if you have a premium account, ban this map for a little bit, which I plan to do right now. As much as I don't want to play Port Novo, I do not want to get blue screened in the middle of in the middle of streaming. So yeah, if you have Ground Zero, or if you have a premium account, ban it. If you have if you don't have a premium account, dislike it at the very minimum to reduce the possibility of you getting it. This update should be renamed to Hot Mess. Yeah. We're just hot fix. Yana's gonna crash his F4E just to his A4E just to stream snipe me. How does one ban it? Well, you click on this button under preferred maps. You find the map and then you click this button. However, you can only ban a map if you have a premium account. If you don't have a premium account, you can't ban a map. You can only dislike it or like it. Wish they added the A7D's HUD. It might come in a later update. That's my guess. Don't do two-step with the unlinked PSN account or it will lock you. Or it will lock you out. The Authy codes don't work at all. Oh. That sounds like a problem. Do not get the Super Corsair, it's bloody awful. Well, here's the thing, Dragon Level. I have no intention, absolutely zero intention, of using this aircraft in ground attack or in air-to-air mode. I have every intention to use it in its ground attack mode. Like, for air-to-air work, I literally don't give a fuck about this airplane. Like, the missiles are nice to have, but I really don't care. A4E player, see Harrier above, nuke the match. F for F or MiG-21, German MiG-21 bis when? Nah. I do really like the skin on the German F-84F though. This is just like the beautifully retarded type of face that I love to put on all my airplanes. Just to screw with aircraft players. But yeah, let's take this thing out for test flight because check this out, guys. So the gun pods on the A7D are chambered in a very interesting caliber, known as 30 by 173 millimeter, i.e., the 30 millimeter gun pods on the A7D fire the exact same ammunition as the A10. This thing effectively has two A10s strapped under the wings. Now granted, they're not 6 barrels, they're only 4 barrels. But you have about double the same amount of lead on target as an A10. Yeah! And you can also carry 2 AIM-9J Sidewinders along with it. Is the guy weight 8 barrels? I thought it was 6 barrels. But even still. 2,400 rounds per minute? That's 4,800 rounds? Yeah, 4,800 rounds per minute. Out of both of these things. So yeah. This thing puts out a pretty scary amount of firepower. I actually have a full-sized replica of the 30 by 173 millimeter cartridge I haven't the faintest clue where it went. Like, I put it in, I think I put it in my car somewhere. I'm not sure. Or, I put it in storage somewhere. But, needless to say, it's pretty poggers. By the way, if you've got your controls set up in such a way that, like, you can select your primary, like, you select your different weapons, your different weapon types, you want to select this one.
Number 3, what do you have? Can't see anything, sir. The coast is clear.
You're also going to want to turn on your ballistic computer. So that way you get an accurate idea of where the rounds are going to land. Bye, T-55. T-55 ain't feeling so good. Oh yeah, the bomb loadouts on this aircraft are great too. It's just that these are the meme loadouts.
Status number 1. We're proceeding to target, over.
And then once you've ditched all of these, or once you fired off your ammunition, you still got two AIM-9J Sidewinders for air-to-air work. And on top of that, you still have the 20mm cannon. So, try getting that close when there's a Chunguska up. Well, this thing is a 9.3, so it has to get a max up tier, I think, to see a Chunguska. Yeah, it has to get a max up tier. I think for cannon casts, this is definitely going to be your go-to choice. But I think if you just want to drop bombs, I think the Harrier is still going to be a better option for the same battle rating. Simply because the Harrier is a much smaller aircraft. I mean, this is a thick boy. It's a pretty thick aircraft. And not that difficult to hit. Compared to the Harrier, which is pretty small and nimble by comparison, and also has extremely good thrust to weight. So... Oh yeah, the M163 VAD's got a new gun sound. Let me turn off the music here. I'm gonna turn things up so you guys can hear everything. That's pretty neat. I'm not sure I like the combination of like the low rate of fire sound and the high rate of fire sound. But I really do like the reverb. I really, really like the reverb. The reverb is nice. Yeah, the Russians got a brand new SPAA after the Shilka, and it's about damn time too, because the Shilka just kind of wasn't cutting it. I would have, I recall saying at one point that the Shilka was the best SPAA tier for tier in the game. Back when the Shilka was like the height of SPAAs, so like I think the Gepard was in the game. And I think the VADS was in the game, yeah. I think those were the top SPAAs. As well as, I don't think the Marksman was quite in yet, but it's basically the same thing as the Gepard. The problem with the ZSU-23 is that it just has a very, very short range. It can't really reach out and touch somebody and still have the hitting power necessary to take an aircraft down. ZSU-37-2, it don't have that problem. And so for people who are not aware, the ZSU-37-2, it was the competitor to the Shilka, and it lost out to the Shilka. For reasons I'm not entirely certain of. I don't know if it was just not reliable, or there were other significant issues, or if the Shilka was just easier to produce or something. But needless to say, it lost out, and it's kind of difficult to understand why, because I mean, what can I say? One thing's for sure, trying to hide this thing... Oh, actually, hang on. Hang on. Let's see how this looks at night. Oh my god, I can't see shit! You actually can't see shit. But yeah. And up and down into 25mm and down for AA. I could see that. It is kind of a halfway house. It's like 37mm as far as an anti-aircraft caliber goes is awkward. You carry substantially less ammo for anti-aircraft work, especially if you're going to do point defense. Like close-in point defense, it makes sense to throw up as much as much shit as possible. And 37mm is too big to allow that to be the case. I could see that. Whereas if you're gonna go for a heavy punch, you may as well go up to 45 or 57mm. Needless to say, I'm very happy this is in the game, because this is actually in my opinion, this is an upgrade to the Shilka for what point defense should be. Again, the Shilka, yeah, it throws up a lot more stuff into the air, but it's also not as accurate as the ZSU-37, and its 23mm high explosive incendiary is well known in War Thunder to be pretty shit, like as far as damage is concerned. 20mm Minengeschoss for German caliber NV151s do like 10 times more damage than Russian 23s, and it's well known, at least in War Thunder. Russian 23s actually used to be very, very good, but they nerfed the fuck out of them after the TU-4 came in. But yeah, the 37mm I think are just going to be much more effective if you can land just a few hits. I would say the biggest downside of the ZSU-37 is that the ammunition is extraordinarily expensive. Like if you want to just have like a dedicated HE and a dedicated AP belt, like actually you can't even do that. You have to kind of choose one or the other. So I think with this, you're probably going to be better off with just the default belts and not loading one or the other, unless, of course, you like want to go hunting IFVs with armor piercing, or I mean, even if you're going to be just shooting at aircraft, I would still load the default belts, because that way you at least have some chance of killing IFVs. I mean, the armor piercing belts, by the way, are very powerful. I wish there was a 23mm on the Yak-3U. Yeah. Oh, something else I noticed. The like little radar, thing up here. You see this like flashing line and like the line moving back and forth? That's supposed to represent like where the radar is looking approximately. But yeah, these 37mm do way more damage than even the 30mm on the BMP-2. You manage to catch an MBT in the side with this thing, it's gonna be game over. Like, yeah, you don't have amazing penetration. Like 85mm is not amazing, but MBTs at this tier really don't have a lot of side armor. This game does not need a patch, it needs a weld. It needs a welded patch. But yeah, if I was to play it, playing this vehicle, I would just load nothing but default belts and just not worry about it. You really don't need many hits to take out tanks with this thing. The new ground forces effects, though, are really nice. Will lack of HEVT limit it? I mean, lack of any HEVT does limit you on some level, because it means that you still need to get hits, like direct hits with whatever AA that you're firing. Whereas with proxy fuses, you don't necessarily need direct hits, although they do help. Doing some damage is better than no damage. Even if that means, like, People tend to rate the effectiveness of an SPAA by, will it shoot the thing down? When really what people should be more rating SPAA by is, does it force an aircraft to reconsider its strategy? If you fire a burst at an aircraft and you force him to turn away or miss his bomb drop or something like that because of your SPAA fire, you've done your job. Your job is to protect your ground forces. So, if you shoot the guy down, wonderful. But if you cause him to miss his attack or force him to bank away and abort his attack entirely, you've also done your job. Now, is it anywhere near as satisfying as shooting the guy down? No. But it's also by no means a failure. What is the best missile AA in your opinion? I would still say ADATs. I would say ADATs just because you've got the sort of anti-everything missile going on. You've got a very, very potent anti-air, like surface-to-air missile for aircraft purposes. But you've also got an extremely powerful shape-charged warhead for dealing with tanks. Now, granted, tanks especially at 10.3 are going to be well armored against shape-charged warheads. But I would still rather have the shape charge as an option than not have it at all. Can I have some Golden Eagles? I'm poor. Believe me, if I could share Golden Eagles, I would. So the fact that Britain now gets an ADATS from the Canadians is awesome. I'm very, very happy that they finally got a surface-to-air missile to replace the Stormer. Because I've always been of the opinion that the Starstreak missiles were a fucking joke. They've always been pretty terrible. The only thing that the Stormer had... The only two things that the Stormer has over the ADATS is the radar being infrared-based and not Doppler-based. Or not radio signal-based. Meaning that you can lock onto a target via its infrared signature, and the aircraft or helicopter in question won't get a warning. And on top of that, the fact that the Stormer got Gen 3 thermals, I think it's Gen 3 thermals. No, the ZSU-37 does not have proxy fuse HE. But the issue with the main issue with the Stormer is that it's nearly impossible to hit anything with it. As far as SAC-loss missiles go, it's too difficult. Like, with this missile, you need a direct hit. There is no proxy fuse on it. And this whole idea on this whole, like, selling point of the Starstreak being, oh, it's got 3 separate projectiles, so you have 3 times the opportunity to hit the target. Yeah, you may have 3 times the opportunity to hit the target, but guess what a proxy fuse has? Thousands of times more of an opportunity to hit the target. Or hundreds. Based on the fragmentation cone? Like, why settle for 3 times the opportunity to hit the target when you can have thousands or hundreds of times the opportunity to hit the target? And proxy fuse warheads are reliable enough these days that, like, there's very little reason not to use them. There is a very good reason why proxy fuses have become so dominant in the anti-aircraft role, because they work, and they're very good at what they do. So the Stormer is like, it's trying to do something different, and all it ends up doing is adding complexity, to a problem that's all. It's trying to solve an answer to a problem that nobody had. It's a solution searching for a problem. And it shows. The Stormer is the least effective surface-to-air missile system that we have in the game. By quite a long shot. I would take the Type 93 and, like, the Mistrals on the Saddam 25 over the Stormer. Like, virtually any day of the week. Yes, the Stormer doesn't require a lock over those two missiles, and those other two missiles can't pull as many Gs, but I'm hell of a lot more likely to hit something with the freaking Type 93 than I am with the freaking Stormer. And the ADATS is pretty much exactly what the Brits need as far as a surface-to-air missile system. They finally have something that's both dangerous to ground forces, like you do not want to directly engage in ADATS if he's looking at you, if you can avoid it. Because, hell, you don't know if his missile's going to pen you or not. And you've also got an extremely powerful long-range surface-to-air missile system for dealing with aircraft. So, yeah, ADATS is a massive improvement to British top tier. And it's kind of surprising that it took them until now to get one. Moving on. We got the Buccaneer. For those of you Royal Navy types. I went ahead and threw on the flares onto this version, or onto this loadout, but you can also go with AIM-9B Sidewinders. This might actually be the better loadout, the Sidewinders over the flares, just because this thing does not have an internal gun at all. So you are entirely reliant on those Sidewinders, but the AIM-9Bs are so shit to begin with that, honestly, if you're chasing people with AIM-9B Sidewinders, especially at 9.3 battle rating, you're gonna have a hard time. Unless the guy isn't paying any attention whatsoever. Unless you're not paying any attention whatsoever to these Sidewinders, and like you're just flying along and not looking behind you, which is entirely possible in Ground Forces RB, the Sidewinders are not going to be all that useful. Check out the new Soviet frigate as well. Yeah, sure. So yeah, the Buccaneer. It's got bullpups. I've got some 500-pound bombs in it. Although, it's unfavorite. Let's see. Here's the loadout that I want. So yeah, you can swap this out. You can swap out the 500s for 1,000-pound bombs, which are probably going to be your better option. And having bullpups is kind of nice. You can also go ahead and swap out the AIM-9 Sidewinders for more bullpups. This is also an option. Just keep in mind that if you sacrifice the Sidewinders, you have 0 anti-aircraft. You have absolutely no anti-aircraft if you go with this loadout. But you get 4 bullpups, so that's pretty ridiculously powerful. Yeah, and you can't take flares or anti-aircraft missiles at the same time, so it's this is an aircraft that's going to require you to take a lot of compromises in order to fulfill your mission. But if you really are if all you are interested in ground attack, then the Buccaneer is going to be pretty good for you in ground forces. And because it's a 9.3 battle rating, you can run it and only slightly up tier your 9.0 loadouts for your British ground forces. So, it's an option for you if you're interested. I wouldn't say it's the greatest thing out there, but hey, it's better than nothing. I would have said that the Harrier GR1 is actually way better. And in a lot of ways it is. But because the GR1 has SRAMs and was just completely breaking AirRB, they moved it up to 9.7, so it's nowhere near as viable as it used to be. Because having CCIP, having a CCIP bomb sight on the Harrier GR1 along with those SRAMs made this thing amazing for ground attack. But now you can really only use it in top tier, so big sad. I mean, at top tier, you might as well use the Jaguar if you have that, or the Harrier GR3, because the GR3 gets flares. Yeah, the Buccaneers air brakes are pretty cursed as well. Like this entire fucking arrangement back here. Although the A7 Corsair, I should say, the Corsair's air brakes are not much better. Hang on, I need to show these air brakes. No, I didn't say that the GR1 isn't viable at 9.7. I just said that for ground forces it was better at 9.3. Because the issue is that if you go into 9.7, then you're kind of playing an awkward tier. Where, like, you're playing your challengers, but you're getting up tiered to 10.7 games all the time. And, 9.7, most 9.7s don't tend to do well in 10.7. At least as far as ground forces is concerned. And so, playing your entire loadout around the Harrier for the British, it just isn't as viable as it used to be. Whereas at 9.3, it felt a lot better in ground forces. Aircraft-wise, well, that's a whole different ball game. So I'm not even going to comment on that. But yeah, check out the air brakes. Lol. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. What is that? Oh yeah, and these air brakes are so large that you can't use them when landing. Like if you drop your gear, you can't use the air brake to slow yourself down when landing. Like, what is this shit? So yeah. Can you throw a light vehicle with that air brake? Yeah, you get it out fast enough, maybe. But yeah, the Buccaneers air brakes are not perfect either. Are not a particularly perfect model either. At least you do get a carrier launch. The other problem with the A7 is that the A7D is the Air Force version, U.S. Air Force version, so it doesn't spawn on a carrier, even though it has a carrier hook. This thing's air brakes are they're pretty blurst, and I say blurst because on some level they're pretty aesthetically pleasing, but on another level it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, hello? This rotary bomb bay, though, is pretty neat. Also, no afterburners on the Buccaneer. That is legit you spreading your cheeks for the enemy. I'm a buccaneer, but the clap of my air brakes keeps alerting enemy SAMs.
Almost there.
On what level are they pleasing? There is something you are not telling us. I don't know. It's something about the way that they fold back up that I really like. Oh my god. Why are those inverted? Wait a second. There we go. It's actually pretty decently fast, though, despite not having afterburners. Your airframe is dummy thick, pretty much. Have you been using the RB05 of the SK60? The SK60 is inverted compared to all other AGMs. That's why. Oh, that's dumb. Does it have guns? No. Not. It doesn't have any guns built into the aircraft. You are entirely reliant on sidewinders for air-to-air. And the AIM-9B sidewinders, too. So, good luck fucking killing anything. Yeah, you have no internal gun. You don't even have gun pods. This thing has 0 guns whatsoever. So, yeah, this thing is purely for ground attack. Somebody wanted me to take a look at the Russian frigate. Here we are. So what do we got here? We got a 76mm on the front. Some torpedoes. Is that a surface-to-air missile? What are these? Somebody who's knowledgeable about Russian naval, tell me what these are. Are these Strelas? That they've just slapped onto the back? Oh, they're Iglas. Okay. I thought they were familiar. It looks like they're just not functional yet. That's pretty cool, though. If this thing gets Iglas, it'll be the, actually, if this thing gets Iglas, it'll be the lowest battle rating, surface-to-air missile, vehicle in War Thunder. Yeah, you can't use them yet. Looks like we also get AK-630s. Or a single AK-630. This is like the Russian equivalent to the American CIWS, to the American Phalanx. Anti-missile, close-in point defense, that sort of thing. And you do get proximity fuse. You do get proximity fuse rounds. I don't see any reason why you would ever use the standard high explosives. Yeah, the proxy fuses actually have more TNT than the standard. And you get these SETs. I'm going to assume that the really, really low range of these torpedoes is due to the fact that they're supposed to be anti-submarine weapons. My guess is that these are sort of like fire-and-forget anti-submarine torpedoes. I don't know enough about them, but... Like, I don't know anything about them, but that's just my guess. Somebody who's familiar with Russian naval forces can tell me. Hang on a second. Add. There we go. Yeah. There you go. And we've got the AK-630 here. Holy shit, this thing frickin' overheats fast. Wow, the 630 really overheats very quickly. Meanwhile, the 76 basically doesn't overheat. Okay, just casually sink a destroyer with a 76. Nice meme. So yeah, as far as the end of the coastal fleet goes, it seems okay. I think it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot more interesting once it finally gets access to those iglas. In its current state, it's interesting, but I don't know if it's going to be worth like researching 380,000 RP for it. And then having to go through and grind out all the mods for it, especially with the naval economy being what it is. So. Also, if you're wondering why I have all of this stuff and, like, virtually nothing unlocked, it's because I unlocked most of this stuff before it was moved into its own tech tree. As you can see, I haven't really put much time into my Russian top tiers. At least as far as naval is concerned. Okay, moving on. Japan got the STA-3 for battle rating 6.7, which is nice. They've been, Japan really hasn't gotten much in recent years as far as ground forces is concerned, so anything that they get that's brand new is a very nice meme for them. At least you won't get clapped by the 30k repair cost battleships, except for that Japanese one. Yeah. So yeah, the major difference between the STA-3 and all of the other variants of the STA is the fact that it has an autoloader, even though it has a physical loader here as well. Yeah, I don't get that. But yeah, the shells in this rear bustle rack are automatically loaded, so you have a 6-second reload no matter what you do with the crew. And you still get the same exact ammunition choices as the Type 61. So, you still get the 320mm penetration heat rounds, as well as your classic M82 nuke rounds. So, a pretty solid vehicle. Maybe the loader replenishes the autoloader. That's probably it, considering that there's only 11 shots in the autoloader. But yeah, this is a solid backup to the Type 61. What I would say with the STA-3 is put it in a slot, like basically put all of your crew points into the Type 61. And then put the STA-3 in a crew slot that doesn't have a lot of crew points in it. That's not very leveled up. And then just use this thing in that crew slot, because you're going to get your best reload right out of the box, and you don't need to futz around with the upgrading your crews and shit in order to get the best out of them. Yeah, 7.5-second reload rate at best on the Type 61, as opposed to a 6-second reload on the STA3. So, let's see, what else do they... There's also, yeah, there's a late green camo, which is much better. Much more aesthetically pleasing than this, like, barf green camouflage. So yeah, I would say definitely get your hands on this if you're grinding through Tier 4 Japan. I mean, you have to, sort of, because there's so few vehicles at that tier, but this is definitely going to be a great backup vehicle for use alongside your Type 61. Does the Malice have new tracks, or the T95? All ground forces this patch got brand new tracks. Supposedly. They got brand new 3D tracks. Or at least most of them. This appears to still be 2D for whatever reason. Either that, or it's missing the 3D elements. Oh yeah, these are definitely 2D. Looks like only a select few vehicles got them. Well, they'll get them eventually. Yeah, these look like 3D tracks. Or never mind. Never mind. I think it's the Shermans that got them? I think the Shermans definitely got them. Like bomber cockpits? Yeah, sort of like that. Those definitely look worse. Actually, let me double check the changelog. Changelog will likely have them listed. I was under the impression that all vehicles got new tracks. Let's see here. Full list of changes. So... Okay, new vehicle tracks and other and their effects will become available sometime after the major update has been released. So it looks like they actually haven't been added on the day of the tracks. Or the day of. Either that, or only a small amount of vehicles actually got the tracks, the brand new tracks, just today. So, damage model characteristic. And, okay, so yeah, here we are. Bring this over. So these are all the vehicles that got brand new tracks. So only a small amount of them, and I imagine more and more are just going to be added over time. So, yeah, and they have and vehicles with the 3D tracks will, or vehicles that don't have the 3D tracks are now we'll get them eventually. Also, the M901, the NP149, the M3 Bradley, and the STRF 9040 Bill got a buff, a pretty substantial one, where they can now drive with the launcher deployed up to 20 kilometers per hour. So you're no longer stuck with the issue of every time you go above like 3 kilometers per hour, the launcher like folds down, and then you're stuck trying to redeploy the launcher when you desperately need a missile. Let's see what else. I missed anything? Oh yeah, the Italians got new helicopters. I've just got this open on my other monitor, so I'm just double checking stuff. Oh yeah, so let's see here. Did Japan get anything aircraft-wise? No, they did not. I think they just got the STA-3. Yeah, I think that... No. They actually got two boats. So they got the IJN Hyuga. Battleship. Unfortunately, I didn't realize they were getting a battleship this patch, otherwise I would have requested it as a rental. Is this part of the Congo class? I'm not certain. I don't know my Japanese battleships all that well. Issei class, okay. Oh yeah, they're 14-inch guns. And you get 10 of them? No. For 12, you get 12 of them. Nice. Oh, it's an improved Fuso class. Okay. Still waiting for the IJN Awuga. Yeah, so Japan has a new top-end battleship. 12 14-inch guns is pretty freaking nice, actually. This thing is already breaking the battleship meta. Well, I mean, so far from what we've seen from the battleship meta, it's basically a matter of who has the most guns to throw at the opposition. And this is like a super dreadnought, so yeah, 14-inch guns, those are the biggest guns in the game, aren't they? At least currently? No, Bismarck, Yamato, and Iowa are still a pretty far ways off. And it still is missing a lot of armor. Can't wait for the 40k RP repair. Can't wait for the 40k repair cost. Yeah, it's got a 12k repair cost right now. That'll likely change. 380k to research, nearly $1 million. And then they also got the Type K8 1942 event, which is not currently available right now. Oh yeah, Britain also got Invincible, which turned out to be not so invincible at the Battle of Jutland. Ironically enough. And we got SMS Vondertan. Let's see, what else? Alright, let's move on. So, Italy, did they get... So, Italy got an F-84, as well as the Pola, which is a premium Zara-class cruiser. Or a Zara-class heavy cruiser. So, if you're grinding up the Italian tech tree right now and you want a high-tier premium, this is going to be your option available to you. Although I have no idea why you would, because the Italians still don't have a battleship. Let's see here. Aviation. And they got their own F-84, as well as the... What are they calling it? The Row 57 Quadrianima, which is going to be an event vehicle. Also, Italians finally got their own helicopter line. So, if you wanted more helicopter cancer, here you go. You finally have a Mangusta with a 20mm cannon and not just a 50 caliber plinker to make the enemy annoyed that you're there. So, you can have a couple of Mistrals, some rocket pods, and some Hellfires. So yeah, not much more to say there. You also get this weird fucking thing. Time for my anxiety medications. China got a low-tier aircraft. I won't pay much attention to it, but they got a low-tier ground attacker, which can carry a very light bomb load. One 500-pounder or two 250s. Not really much to say here. Let's see, what else? France, they got a premium F-84. Got a Israeli Air Force F-84 Thunderstreak. As well as a Tech Tree F-84 Thunderstreak. Yes, Hondo, we already went over that. When will China get the Overlord tank? I don't know, man. Trying to balance the propaganda healing effect on top of like the twin rotary cannons on top is going to be pretty difficult. Not to mention the fact that it has two cannon barrels. Like, shit, man. How do you balance that? Like, what battle rating would it even be? So yeah, you get a lower end ground attacker, or a slightly lower battle rating ground attacker / fighter bomber for the French that doesn't require you to get the Vautour. So if you're grinding up the French aircraft line, and you were hating the fact that your only option for a premium was the Vautour, you finally have an option. But China must grow larger. Yeah. The French also got the EBR-75, but I can't show that yet. Like, I don't have access to it because it's part of the event. That will be coming soon. Let's see. France doesn't have any naval, right? All right, finally, Sweden. Sweden got a couple of new aircraft. They got the Saab 105G and the Saab 105 OE, which is the Austrian version of the Saab 105. This thing is utterly insane. The Saab 105 is utterly ridiculous. Because it's essentially an SK-60. It's an SK-60B trainer aircraft with two F5E engines slapped into this thing without the afterburners. Basically meaning that you have ludicrous... I think this thing unloaded is like 3,000 kilograms or something like that? Or it's like 3 tons? Meaning that it has ridiculous thrust-to-weight ratio. Does it get AIM-9Js? No, it does not. They removed the AIM-9Js entirely from the Saab 105. Both variants, both the premium and the non-premium, do not get AIM-9Js anymore. They only get RB-24Bs. They only get basically AIM-9B Sidewinders, so their air-to-air capability is pretty garbage, unless you're using the RB-05s, which are total memes. But at least what the AIM-9Bs allow you to do is free up your RB-05s for ground attack. Yeah, it's either this loadout, in my opinion, or this loadout. Like, these are the only two loadouts that you should really pay attention to on the 105 OE. The 105G does not get RB-05s for some reason, which makes no sense, considering that it's kind of debatable that the Austrians used the that the Austrians use the RB-24 or the RB-05s. Like, it's debate. Like, the aircraft can definitely carry these, but it's debated whether or not Austria even use these, considering that they are anti-ship missiles, and Austria is a landlocked country. So I'm not entirely certain why they would need anti-ship missiles. Whereas the Saab 105G is in Swedish service, so you would think that this would get anti-ship missiles. I don't know. It's weird, man. But yeah, you can at least... This thing at least gets CCIP. It got a... The 105G gets improved engines, improved thrust-to-weight ratio, and it gets a CCIP bomb sight. It doesn't look all that assuming, but this thing is actually utterly ridiculous. So, let's grab it real quick. I just want to show off the bombs. Fine, we'll get the RB-24s. So yeah, you can carry a loadout. It would help if I'm actually looking at the aircraft. You can carry some bombs under it. And because you get the CCIP bomb sight, you'll be able to be extremely accurate with them. Is the armor of the Type 99 still broken, or Gaijin fixed it? It appears to be fixed. It appears to stop... Like, it appears to stop pretty modern ammunition that you throw at it. At least as long as you're not aiming for weak spots. Mainly the giant fucking lower plate. So I've got a pretty heavy bomb load on it, so the thrust weight isn't as good. Or a decent bomb load on it. But you can load up 4 1,000-pounders. What is better, the Yeet missiles or the CCIP and bombs? I would say the CCIP and bombs are more practical, but the RB-05s are just way more fun. So yeah, you can see I get a CCIP bomb sight. So you can be pretty damn accurate with these bombs. And because you have A9B Sidewinders, you're not totally defenseless. The problem with the SK60B is that unless you were taking the RB-05s... Oh, Jesus Christ. Unless you were taking the RB-05s, you were at a pretty significant disadvantage. Simply because you either had to choose gun pods or missiles. And you really didn't have much else in the way of being able to attack both air and ground targets unless you were... Well, you basically couldn't take multiple loadouts. You had to choose one or the other. Let me drop these other 2 bombs real quick. You think we will get any Polish vehicles? Maybe some modern stuff. If we get anything else... if we get anything else, like early war or something like that, then maybe. But I wouldn't count on it. There is the Polish Firefly, yeah, that's true. At the very minimum, I am very, very happy that the SAB 105 OE is in the game, because honestly, the J29 is so bad. In my personal opinion. This is a absolutely horrific aircraft. It maneuvers like a freaking barrel. I mean, didn't they call it a flying barrel? It maneuvers like a fucking brick. The only thing it has going for it is the afterburner, and its ground attack armament is fucking pitiful. Not to mention the fact that these rockets do fuck all, in my experience. So the SAB 105 OE is a lower battle rating aircraft, but is just as, practically speaking, just as fast, if not better, because it has a higher thrust-to-weight ratio. It can carry a way more powerful loadout with these RB-05A rockets. I mean, these RB-05s, I've said this before, but these RB-05 AGMs have more explosive filler in them than 18-inch battleship rounds. "76 kilograms of explosive filler in these anti-ship missiles. And they have a proximity fuse, so you can use them against airplanes. And on top of that, they're just extremely effective against ground targets. Like, the 95 millimeters of penetration doesn't really matter, because all you have to do is land the missile sort of right next to a vehicle, or if it's a heavy tank, pretty close. If you're shooting at a light vehicle, it's just in the general area, and you'll kill them. So these things are just a meme. No CXC because that is copyrighted, so. Not today, Broken. No world in conflict today. PBM1 is thick? Oh, yeah. And rifle. Where is that medium? There he is. Just like the A7D, extra thick boy. Pretty much. At least as far as the or at least as far as the PBM goes. Rifle. Yeah. And now you have two Sidewinders. And this thing actually turns pretty well. Again, these are RB-24s, so they're they're standard AIM-9B Sidewinders, so they're pretty shit. But it's better than nothing. These RB-24s are really only going to be useful if somebody is running straight ahead and running straight away from you. And they're not really paying attention. Which in Ground Forces RB is entirely possible. Because you don't have the giant name tags right above your name like that. And you're really more like that. So, you have to spot people visually. It's entirely possible to hit people with AIM-9B Sidewinders. And then, finally, the Swedes also got a new surface-to-air missile. Oh, that's new. Okay, so this radar is just... Okay. The radar is moving in the hangar, and that's not normal. He's spin. So yeah, they got a new surface-to-air missile. It's basically an LVBVR. It's basically this thing, but with a rotating radar on top, and four shots as opposed to one. You also get this bolide missile, which has significantly less penetration than the RB-70s, but has a 9-kilometer range as opposed to a 7-kilometer range with the RB-70s. So, if you're going pure anti-air, these bolides are going to be better, but if you are looking to defend yourself, then you'll take the RB-70s. Yeah, it's also faster. 700 meters per second as opposed to 580. And they get thermals. Whereas I think the LVR BV only gets... I don't think it gets anything. Yeah. Yeah, the LVR doesn't have any night vision or thermals at all. This thing does. So... Yeah, and the repair cost isn't horrific either. How many missiles do you get total? 8. So yeah, if you want to be able to defend yourself, you're going to need to be able to load these RB-70s. Yeah, pretty much. The Bradley's ATGM still broken? I wasn't aware that it was broken. Well, can't confirm it's still pretty terrible at point defense. There you go. So the Swedes finally get a proper surface-to-air missile SAM for their ground forces at top tier. Is it the best SAM in the game? By no means, no. But it's good enough, I would say. Oh yeah, it is absolutely hideous. This thing is not winning any beauty contests anytime soon. Why is the LVRBV's repair cost so fucking high anyways? Probably because it's a surface-to-air missile at 9.7. And there really aren't that many surface-to-air missile systems at that tier. Pretty much all of them, to my knowledge, are like the Type 93 is 9.7, Stormer is 9.7. Yeah, the big three don't have a 9.7. Oh, no, never mind, they do. I guess there are a bunch of them. I don't know. Probably because it's so easy to get, and because it's pretty damn effective, actually. Also, it's worth pointing out that a vast majority of people who are playing Sweden are generally pretty good players, so that may have artificially inflated it. Anyways, alright, let me close my door real quick. And we'll actually play something. Alrighty. What BR is the Yeti say? I won't be able to download the update in the next 2 days? What the hell does the Yeti say? Is that like the... Is that the Type K8? Oh, the new Russian SPAA. It's 8.3. That's right. I forgot. This thing is called the Yeti. Yeah, so 8.3 battle rating. So you can replace your Shilka with the 37. Up until you get the Chunguska. All right, let's play some games. I guess what we'll do is we'll play the Striker, and try and be able to spawn the A7D with the 30mm gun pods. What shells does it have? Just armor piercing and high explosive fragmentation incendiary. Doesn't get any APDS, but it's like 87mm a pen, 85. And it's pretty devastating if you can catch somebody that's unarmored, or you can catch an MBT in the side. This is actually a pretty good map for the Striker. You doing the winter event, or are you just requesting the new stuff? At the very minimum, I'm going to get everything as a rental. I don't know if I will be grinding the event, though. Because here's the thing, I don't have the time nor the patience to do all 6 vehicles. The only 3 vehicles that I'm interested in are the 2 tanks and the Baltimore. I really couldn't care about the Italian aircraft could be pretty nice for ground attacking. I really don't care about the MiG-21. Oh boy. Baltimore seems cool, but we'll get ass blasted by battleships. Yeah. The thing that interests me most about the Baltimore is how much anti-aircraft it brings to the table. Because the Baltimore is a pretty insane amount of anti-aircraft guns bolted to it. Also, it has the distinction of having transported FDR. That was FDR's... one of FDR's ships that he rode on. I think it was to meet in July of 1944 with his... Pacific strategists like Nimitz and MacArthur. For whatever reason or another, he didn't want Admiral King there. But he met with Nimitz and MacArthur about planning the final few operations of the Pacific, mainly like the invasion of the Philippines and not the Marianas. The
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Was it the Marianas?
Enemy
No.
forces have captured a zone.
I think the Marianas had already taken place by that point. Fuck me, King.
To the designated grid zone.
Yeah, it was weird that he excluded King from that planning conference. For people who don't know, Ernest King was Admiral King was basically the head of the United States Navy during the Second World War.
Got it!
That poor Panzer IV.
Attention to the map!
That has got to be a ZSU-37 or something. Like, what the hell is that muzzle blast? But yeah, he was the head of the United States Navy during the Second World War.
Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid square.
Widely and wrongly considered to be an Anglophile, or a not an Anglophile, a Anglophobe.
Next target.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Ouch. Do you have commander thermals? Yes. Who is not an Anglophobe? Even the English are Anglophobes, man. Damn, that's a lot of spawn points to get that thing out. You guys, anything to go by? When we get the next patch, the cruiser big will be dead on arrival. I don't know, maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no. It's difficult to say. The Alaska will probably have much better fire control systems and be far more accurate than the Hyuga. Not to mention the fact that the Alaska is going to have an absurd amount of AA compared to the Hyuga, and it's likely to be a hell of a lot faster than the Hyuga.
On target.
Uh-oh. I fucked up. Or not. Ah, damn it. I think he took out the cannon breach before I was able to shoot again. That could have gone better. I was trying to lead the target and hopefully hit him center mass, but I led a little bit too much. Oh, should have spawned SPAA, Jesus. I really should have spawned SPAA, holy shit. Is he dead? Yeah, that's him. Alright, well, we don't have to worry about him anymore. I really should have spawned SPA. Fucking hell. Oh my god. I think it's safe to say I should have spawned an SPAA. Thought you didn't like the XM1? I never said I didn't like the XM1. When did I ever say that I did not like the XM1?
We're losing. The enemy controls most of the strategic zones.
Gamer, if you want to see the reverse, it's called use the test drive. it goes just as fast in reverse as it does forward, so there's really not much to say. That review was well over a year ago. Like, if you don't know what the reverse is by now, then, well, that's on you, man.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Bravo!
Not really. The XM1 is basically like the XM1 GM is basically it's the star athlete that failed the U.S. team tryouts and eventually went on to become a superstar in the Korean League. If you don't understand what I'm saying, the XM1 GM went on to become the K1A1 for Korea.
Well done! Allied forces have captured a zone.
Ah, man, everybody has a bad day. Krulaz. I'm a little annoyed at all these frame hitches that I'm getting. It's not unplayable, but it's just... it's weird. I think I'm gonna have to turn on VSync to like 60. Wow, I have no idea where that came from. Is that behind me? Oh, it's behind me. Okay. Fair enough.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
The XM1 has a similar chassis? Well, the XM1, the General Motors XM1 was used as the basis for the South Korean K1A1. If you look at the General Motors XM1 prototype and you look at a K1A1, they are virtually identical. Major difference being that the K1A1 uses a 120 as opposed to a 105. Yeah, holy shit, the frame hitches are really bad. I'll have to reboot the game after this, but
Enemy forces have captured a
that's fine.
zone.
Did they nerf the get part? For some reason it'll only hold 40 rounds of the Sabo? No, it's always been like that, Punisher. The 40 rounds of Sabo are stored in a separate belt on board the vehicle. And they are used purely for self-defense.
Attention to the map.
Yeah, I don't know why it's having so much difficulty right now. Oh yeah. You can now use night vision whenever you want now. Yay, I'm blind! Could be that PC memory leak again. It's entirely possible. Although it's not as bad, I'm noticing. Yeah, flashbang out.
Excellent.
Carried a whole belt before? No, the 40 APDS rounds are stored in a completely separate belt. A very, very small one. In a separate belt that links into the guns. In fact, they're stored on the outside, not the interior. And they are purely used for self-defense in an emergency. Well, I killed him.
Thanks.
Sacrificed myself to take out this guy. Oh, finally. Finally I can spawn this damn thing. What classifies as an emergency? I don't know. Maybe BMPs slicing straight through your lines?
Attention to the designated grid zone. Excellent.
Bert.
Attention to the map.
Yeah, so he is locked onto me. You just murdered me, lol.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I apologize, but you were a very inviting target, and you were just firing tracers into the distance, so you were very easy to spot.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Oh, come on. God, it's so great having tracers in the game when they don't even show up where they're supposed to. Well, I at least got one kill.
Will be yours. Gramercy. I agree.
Oh, your game crashed. I see. Well, one thing's definitely for certain. These 30 millimeters don't fuck around. I want to get another game in though with the A7. Can't wait till the A10. Yeah, this thing is basically the this is kind of like your discount A10 until the A10 comes out. Because these are the exact same projectile. This is the exact same projectiles and cannon rounds as used in the A10. Difference being that you get about 700, and they're split between two different pods. Black Market A10, yeah, it's the same 30 by 173 millimeter cartridge. And the other major difference being that these 30 millimeter cannons are only 4-barreled rather than like 6 or 8-barreled, I think. Wish.com A10. I thought an A10 had more pen than 100 millimeters. You don't need very much penetration when you're shooting at the top armor of MBTs. Especially when you're firing several thousand rounds a minute, and you're just plastering the target with shells. You don't need that many to get through. So, and the A10 manual even says stuff like, hey, if you're going to shoot at the front of a T62 or something like that, or if you're going to shoot at an MBT, don't shoot at it from the front, because that's where all of its heaviest armor is, and you're never going to penetrate. Instead, you want to come at a tank from the side or the rear. And that's gonna give you your best chance of putting the vehicle out of action. Even if you don't like detonate the vehicle's ammunition racks or something like that, or kill all the crew inside, a single A10 strafing run is likely to put the vehicle out of action as like a mission kill. So, like, shred the engine or the transmission, or damage some very vital internal or external components, destroy a track, that sort of thing. So, people have this idea that an A10 just, like, looks in the general direction of a tank and the tank explodes, and that's not really the case. Yeah, and it's entirely possible that the barrel on the Gao 8 would be much longer, so it would impart more kinetic energy to the projectiles. Although I can't imagine it would be that much longer than the Gao 13. Like, it's a big gun. There's no getting around that. But I don't think the barrels are that much longer than the Gao 13. How can I earn a squadron vehicle? I'm already in a squadron. Well, every few days, you'll earn squadron experience or squadron research. And the game will prompt you. It's like, hey, you can now, it'll have like a little icon show up over the nation that you're researching. And it'll be like, hey, you can invest like up to 20k RP into a squadron aircraft or something. So you'll get that like every 2 or 3 days or something along those lines. Does the A4 still crash the game? To my knowledge, it does. Although I'm not going to test it because I've also heard that it will cause blue screens. Don't the rounds for the Gao 8 have more propellant? No, they're the exact same projectiles. Or they're the exact same cartridges. 30 by 173. Today I'm doing tier 2 to 3 Japanese aircraft. Need any advice? I'm not really the person to ask because I don't play aircraft very much. Most of the aircraft that I end up playing are just aircraft that I use for ground attack, and that's really not it. That's really it. So do you have to see the A4E crash, or you just have to be in the game with it? You just have to be in the game with it, and if it crashes, then it will kill it'll crash the game for literally everybody. Gao 13 is 100 meters per second more than the Gao 8. Really? According to Wikipedia. So in that case, the barrel would likely be longer on the Gao 13 than it would be on the Gao 8. Interesting. I mean, considering the fact that you're trying to stuff a 30mm rotary cannon into the interior of an aircraft, I suppose it shouldn't surprise me that the aircraft's fuselage means that the Gao 8 is going to be shorter. The spiral thing for cooling? No, that's the ammunition. This is the ammunition belt. It coils around the gun and then feeds into it. You don't really need to worry about cooling with a 30mm gun pod or something like that, or even the Gao 8, because you're only going to be firing in short bursts, realistically. You'll only be firing in short bursts, and it's got ventilation to allow cold air at high altitudes, or even at lower altitudes. You're still getting a lot of airflow over the guns, so that should help cool them down significantly. The GAU 8 is 49 centimeters shorter than the GAU 13 in total gun length. Is that barrel length or total, or like in total gun length, including the breech mechanism? Or does that also include the ammo drum? Uses tungsten? That could be it. That could be the difference. Because early tungsten penetrators, or early tungsten projectiles are, like those earlier tungsten alloys, are not as dense as DU. Whereas DU penetrators are significantly more dense than those earlier ones. And you can see I didn't do as much damage to the T-55 as I would have if I had come from behind. But yeah, that could be the difference. It could be just a matter of the fact that the GAU 8 uses DU as opposed to the GAU 13. I would assume that the GAU 13 used DU penetrators.
What's your status?
2.79 meters versus 2.3 meters.
Fine. How are you?
Can you change the fire rate on them? No, you cannot. Not for the 30 millimeters. And I don't think you can change them for the aircraft gun as well. In any other world other than War Thunder, that would have been a mission kill. Shredding the gun barrel and the tracks and so on like that. That would have been a tank knocked out of action. All the bomb loadouts for this and the Buccaneer? There's a lot. Like, a ridiculous amount. Whew. It's also worth pointing out that this aircraft does not like to pull up. It is very heavy, even with just these two gun pods. When you load the 6 2,000-pounders on this thing, like, B-17s handle better than this aircraft does, with that much bomb load on it. Seems to have terrible energy retention as well. Yeah, this thing is a pretty awful dogfighter. I would say if you're gonna get this thing, have some gold handy. And just be aware that you've got a lot of modules. But you get a pretty decent ground attack aircraft with flares, which is nice. Although, honestly, I tend to forget the flares are there. So, yeah. There's a lot of loadouts for this aircraft. I mean, hell. That's 24 500-pound bombs. Or you could carry the 6 2,000-pound bombs. So the most interesting loadout? Oh, I was just flying it. In my personal opinion, the most interesting loadout on this aircraft is the 230mm cannons and the AIM-9Js. The 2,000-pound loadout is nice in the sense that you just have to get them relatively close. The rocket pods on the Buccaneer. Sure. The 30s are about 100 millimeters, Warump. Or Vadump. War UMP. But yeah, look at how much of a takeoff run this thing needs. With the 6 2,000-pounders. I'm trying to tell it to get into the air, and it's just like, nope. Nope. Nah, fam. I don't want to leave the ground. I'm good. I had to get to 330 kilometers per hour before this thing would lift off. And after you get into the air, the plane's just like... I feel like I'm gonna fall out of the sky. Just... I feel like an old man. I really do. At the very least, though, you get CCIP bombs. Or you get a CCIP for the bomb site. That was literally on top of him. If that had been real life, I think those bombs would have fucking pierced straight through him before they detonated. It's actually really funny if you in DCS, if you forget to arm the bombs, you basically just turn your bombs into a giant 500 to 2,000 pound penetrator. Oh fuck. Remember what I said about this thing doesn't like to pull up? But yeah, I can't say that I would necessarily recommend the 2,000-pound bomb loadout unless you are spawning in the air like you are in Ground Forces RB. Personally, I think all of the appeal of this aircraft lies in these 30mm cannons for just strafing runs. You're going to be able to stick around longer, and these cannons are pretty devastating. So yeah, here's your default belt. And ground targets. So there's also an air targets belt, but why you would ever use an air targets belt with this 30mm cannon is kind of beyond me. The HS-129B3 is entirely intended for ground attack, CXC. That's all it was meant to do. So, at the very minimum, the penetration doesn't drop off on these 30mm all that much. So the A-70 is basically a jet-propelled Dornier 335B2 that can't carry bombs. Yeah. But hey, at least you get flares and AIM-9J Sidewinders. So, as well as a 20mm Vulcan. So, you're not totally helpless when it comes to air-to-air combat. It's just the problem is your thrust weight isn't particularly good. You don't have an afterburner, and you don't retain energy or turn very well. So, yeah. You do get plenty of flares, though. You get 120. This plane is powered by a house fan. Yeah, you don't get a ton... You don't get a particularly great thrust-to-weight ratio on this aircraft. Compared to the, especially compared to the Harrier, which has, like, thrust-to-weight ratio out the wazoo. When you can roll, like, less than 100 feet and just be in the air. It's kind of a meme. I already kind of went over the Buccaneer earlier, but... Roll 0 feet with the Harrier, lol. Yeah, pretty much. Although I just find it incredibly, incredibly funny with the Harrier when you're on the runway. Assuming... Oh, never mind. It puts me on the carrier. But I find it really funny. Just set the thrust vector to 50%. And then just immediately take off. I must go. My people need me. Fuck, it's trash, sadly. Well, for aircraft battles, yeah, it's pretty terrible. For ground forces, the Buccaneer is pretty awesome, actually, if you can somehow manage to unlock all of the modules for it. The Harrier is the Leopard A1A1 L44 of the sky. Not wrong. Worse than the A7 in every way, and is 3 times more expensive. Oh, yeah. How is it not trash? Well, it's not trash because you finally get bullpups in the British tech tree. Again, for aircraft battles, yeah, this thing is totally useless. But for ground forces, this thing actually makes a lot of sense. You just load up bullpups, 4 1,000-pound bombs, combine that with the CCIP bomb sight, and you've got a pretty potent ground attacker here. Scimitar already had bullpups? Yes, but it didn't have a CCIP bomb sight. Not to mention the fact that this thing is not exactly slow either, especially for what it is. Mike is testing a new naval game mode. Tests are underway right now. I think about joining. Maybe. I kind of want to just show off the new stuff today. But I think I'll pass. Spread them brake cheeks. Oh yeah. Also, the A7D doesn't. The A7 doesn't do that. The A7 doesn't spread its ass cheeks for its pilot. If you're into anal, you're like rock hard right now. The A7, like, drops a skirt. This thing just spreads its ass cheeks for you. Boop. Oh. Well, I set them on fire at the very minimum. Try the carrier launch with its heaviest payload and see if it can stay flying or wipes out. Good idea, actually. Okay. I think this is its heaviest bomb loadout. Let me double check. Yeah. Sensitive deflected. What? Okay, here we go. So, for context, this is 4 1,000-pound bombs and 24 500-pound bombs. Ooh! Hey, that's enough. Also, can I just say that this thing, like, bobbing up and down is, like, incredibly distracting? Is it supposed to do that? I mean, I get it. It's a it might be, like, flying tail, but... Oh, God, that's just weird. Holy shit, that's a lot of ordnance.
Number 3, anything? No, negative, nothing. Roger that!
That's good to know that it doesn't crash on takeoff, at least. Unlike the ME-163. War crimes committed against the fish. Hey, the fish had it coming, man. You know how many people they've eaten?
Attention, approaching target.
That's a lot of bombs. So yeah. If you want a strategic bomber, but not a strategic bomber, this thing's got you covered. Let's see here. Other options for loadouts are, that's right. You can carry 4 1,000-pounders and just forego the sidewinders for flares. This actually might not be a bad RRB loadout. Or, at the very minimum, like, get the flares and swap out the bullpups for bombs or something. Go with, like, this loadout. Something like that, if you're gonna just bomb bases with it. Flying fast and low, drop your bombs, and then just start popping flares as you egress from the target. So that could be your way of grinding it. You play it in sim and get lots of RP for modules. That's possible too. So yeah, I don't think this aircraft is going to be anywhere near as bad as people are making it out to be. At least for ground forces. For aircraft, yeah, they may have a point. So. Can't wait for squads of these to insta-win matches by bombing the shit out of bases. Oh well. Still too high at BR and repair. I agree. You could easily make this thing, I don't know, 8.7 for ground forces or 8.3, and I think it would be fine. 16K repair cost is pretty excessive for an aircraft that's pretty much going to do nothing but bomb things. I don't want to play around with the SAB 105. I bring it 9.0. Yeah, this will do. Can I bring anything else for ground forces? Not really. Everything is a 9.7 in this tier. Other than the 103C, and I really don't want to play that. That's why I would play the Buck as a basic bomber. Yeah. Just a fast, small, or relatively small bomber. And that's where the DO 335 exists? Yeah, sorta. It still kind of boggles my mind that this thing gets commander thermals. Not that I'm complaining. Oh gosh, do we have like 3 helicopters? We do. Well, gotta grind those Italian helicopters somehow, I guess. How would you guys want to bet all 3 of them are going to get shot down within a matter of like a minute or 2? Well, there goes one. There goes one. This guy is taking fire. Oh, he killed something. That's better than what his buddy did. Helicopters were a mistake. Yes and no.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Oh, there goes another one. And all 3 of them are dead. I think between all 3 of those helicopters, they had 1 kill. Maybe 2. Well, this guy in the AV-205, he got 1 kill and then he left. So, yeah. Great team fucking player. Fucking tree.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the map.
This patch is trash. And this surprises you? This patch came out less than a month after the last one. We had one dev server. It was clear that it was rushed, and now we've got like several instances of actually BSOD people's games, just because Guy Jiggles wanted to make a quick buck before Christmas.
Repairing.
Nice beam.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Oh, damn it. I forgot about the AMX-30. I saw him in the corner of my vision, but he slipped my mind. That was on me. That's what I get. WZ-305. Okay, he's no longer an issue. All that ERA hits me in the one spot where my ERA isn't covering me. Nice. Fixed already? I don't think ghost shells will ever be totally 100% fixed. I haven't experienced them so far, but I've only played like 3 or 4 games. So they definitely don't seem to be as bad as they used to. But it's difficult to say. I've only been playing for a couple of matches now, so I mean, you're gonna have to patch the game like, period, if you want to play, but
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
LA200. Hopefully the G91 picks him off. Oh, never mind.
Attention to the map.
I have no idea where the LA200 ran off to.
Attention to the designated
Fucked him up pretty bad, though.
zone. Attention to the map. Attack the B point. Attention to the designated grid square.
Damn.
Attention to the map.
There we go. Meteor down.
Thank you.
So I can spawn the SK60 if I die. I really want to get the SAT 105.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
You just saw me using the tracking radar, man. That's how I was able to lock onto him. The search radar doesn't do shit as far as actually tracking the target for lead.
Attention!
Search radars are only there to tell you something is there.
Yes!
That LA200 must have gone back and repaired. Cause I never got a kill from him.
Thank you very much! Attention to the map!
Great physics, Gaijin. I love the fact that tracked vehicles can't climb rocks. Excellent physics. The hell is that? Is that an A4? Or not an A4, an AD4.
Attention to the designated grid
It
zone.
looks like a Sky Raider. He's slow as hell. That's gotta be a Sky Raider. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna jump out of this thing and use the SAB 105. Didn't you know that all bullets have a thin glass layer in their surface?
Designated grid square.
We're like black ice. Alright, how are we looking here?
Cover me. Thank you.
Rifle?
Cover me.
Oh, hello. That's the LA200 that I shot at earlier.
Attention
Oh, no.
to the designated grid zone.
I don't have any guns.
Attention to the map.
Woo! That was close.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Okay, don't use your flaps in this aircraft.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Yes.
Fox 2. Oh, well, that should get him. Fox 2. There we go.
Just a little more
Good old
effort.
pay to win.
Victory will surely be ours.
LOL. Yeah, guys, much pay to win. I used fucking AIM-9B sidewinders to shoot down a guy who was flying away, who was flying straight ahead. I'm easily the most pay-to-win aircraft in the game as a result. Love that logic.
I agree.
Rifle. That works. That was a terrible guiding shot, but it works. Is the Saab 105OE worth the price? Oh yeah. As far as an aircraft to actually grind Sweden with, especially at tier 5, this is like the dream. If you had a J29 or this thing, I would pay for this thing twice over a J29. It's worth that much. It's that good. Sad GR91 noises. How about ARB? For 8.3? Yeah, I'm certain it'd be pretty decent. From everything I've heard from Pixie, who has the tech tree version of this without the missiles, it's actually really good. It's actually really good in ARB. Let's see here. Sorry guys, just testing something. Got to update the tracks on the B1 tanks. I think only a limited amount of vehicles got them, and I think they said that they would be introduced. Yeah, new vehicle tracks and their effects will become available sometime after the major update has been released. Yeah. Which I find just utterly hilarious that they decided to call this update Hot Tracks, and the tracks aren't even in it on day one. G fucking G. Oops. Trying to check something. Where is... Huh. Alright. I'm gonna reboot my game anyways, because I had to change the VSync. Alright, have a good one, Porous Finn. They removed the tracks in the update because they were buggy, apparently. It wouldn't surprise me, considering how much of a mess everything else in this update has been. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. This is what happens when you rush. Seriously, we had Cyberpunk come out in its current state, and clearly the head management had gave zero fucks about the quality assurance of their products. Yeah, everybody's trying to get all their shit out before Christmas. And I think it's also because the War Thunder devs go all of the War Thunder devs go on like a 2 or 3 week break. So they were desperately trying to get this stuff out. Because I know that the account team, like the accounting team at Gaijin, as of today, is going on break for the holidays. So they were trying to get this out before they all fucked off for 2 weeks. Well, the simple fact of the matter is, CXC, is that they shouldn't have announced a release date to begin with. Not in its current state. Not in the game state. Especially at the time that they initially announced a release date. And the fact that they had to keep pushing it back goes to show that the game simply wasn't ready. I mean, the fact that PlayStation had to pull the game entirely from its store says a lot. And forgone the current gen console release entirely? I agree. I mean, you're trying to force a game to run on 7-year-old intermediate PC hardware, essentially. Because that's what the current gen consoles are. It's like 7-plus-year-old PC hardware. And I think that the fact of the matter is they just shoved this update out the door long before it was ready. Just so that they could make an extra buck during the holiday season. Because updates are extremely profitable for Gaijin. Like, I've heard numbers say, like, they make several million every update in revenue. At least 1 million or so, if not more. I need the SAB 105, though. Yeah, this thing is great. Alright, let's play some more. Oh, also, something else I'm really excited for. Most of you guys in here don't play DCS, but Apache Longbow is coming to DCS. Woot! AH64D gonna be coming. A7D bias 9.3, haha, USOP cast balanced right? I guess. I'm happy that Cyberpunk has become the new Crisis. When's the next Beeb review? On Christmas. The next review will be out on Christmas. I took a month off. I took the month of November off of War Thunder. Do you fucking mind? T62. Okay. Thanks, asshat. Will the AH-64 be the first helicopter in DCS, or were there others already? Oh, there's several others. The Huey is already in. The KA-50 Black Shark is already in. But they're working on the Mi-24. They announced the Mi-24P relatively recently, so we're gonna have a Hind variant in the game pretty soon. Yeah, we're gonna have a Hind variant in the game pretty soon.
Attention to the designated grid squares. The enemy controls most of the strategic zones.
But the, if I recall correctly, since the Huey, this is the first NATO helicopter we've seen. Oh, no. The Gazelle is also in there.
Attack the A point.
The French Gazelle helicopter is also in DCS. Oh, nice.
Attack the C point. We're losing. Affirmative.
Keep these chieftains in the fight as best I can.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Hopefully that T-62 will take care of the, Yep. I think. Alright, he's engaging him right now. Oh, come on. How is that not a spot? Nah, he came off of that engagement way better than I did. Nice. Okay. Well, if I die, I have the XK60. Or the 105 OE. Alright, cool. I think they just killed the T-62, or the Leopard over here.
On the enemy. They're winning. Attention to the map.
Tried the new ZSU-37-2. I've tried it out in test drive, I haven't taken it out in combat yet. Took you out?
Attention to the designated grid square.
Ah, damn it. Just barely missed him. really have a good shot on him. What do you think about this update as a whole? It's a complete mess. Guys, quality map design right here, am I right? Quality map design.
Attention to the map!
This is why I banned this map forever. Quality map design.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Yeah, I've noticed my game has been struggling quite a bit as well. Funnily enough, I was getting way better FPS yesterday when I was checking out the update after it came out while playing Total War Warhammer 2. Oh, well. Okay. Good shot at his part. He's apologizing now.
Attention to the map!
Rifle. Oh god. That's problematic. Nope, that's my tail. Here's the real question. Can I spawn in the other one? Not quite. Okay. Yeah, I hope that Gaijin will give the 105G its RBO5s as well. It doesn't really make much sense to me that... Okay, I just... What?
Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
Oh no.
There's someone.
I'm starting to remember why I didn't like this map. Oh. Starting, I know why I don't like this map. This map makes sense for like tier 1 or tier 2. This is horrific for tiers 3 to 7. It has no business being here.
Victory will be ours.
It's just the new power for tanks. Except for the fact that there were more airplanes than there were tanks in this patch, so... Yeah, I don't get it. What's your opinion on the state of the minor tech on the minor countries' tech trees? At least from a ground forces perspective, they don't seem to be uncompetitive. China now actually has a proper top tier MBT with Type 99. It actually has something that can go toe to toe with other top tier MBTs and be reasonably successful. Um, Japan got something new this patch. That's kind of nice. Although they're still missing their top MBT. Italy is fine. France is much better. And Sweden is competitive. Britain got a lot better if you count them as a minor tech tree because of the ADATs. Having the ADATs M113 is a big deal. Type 10 not coming anytime soon. That's unfortunate. Because Japan really desperately needs another top tier MBT. Didn't get tracked rapier. Something local over a foreign SAM. To be fair, though, they kind of needed, like... I would say that the ADATS is probably the best all-around surface-to-air missile system in the game. Like, the missiles can do everything. They can do anti-tank, they can do anti-air. They're very fast, they have high penetration, good for good proximity fuses. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't have gotten this. It helps bring them up to par with the U.S. in terms of surface-to-air missile. The Rapier would have been more specialized, definitely. But I think the Brits just needed more top-tier stuff. And the ADATS is great. ADATS or 2S6 Tunguska, which one is better? I think the ADATS is personally better. The Tunguska is a pure surface-to-air missile system, and it's pretty good at it. Its missiles are very effective against aircraft. Its 30mm autocannons are significantly better than the single 25mm on the Bradley ADATS. The difference is that if the Tunguska runs up against a tank, it's kind of screwed. Like, yeah, you can spam your high explosive missiles from it, but you're not going to get very far. Whereas the ADATS has a significantly higher chance of perforating that tank and destroying it, as compared to the Tunguska. Yeah, but so can the ADATS. The ADATS has APDS rounds. So it can take out light vehicles as well. It's basically just the same, it's about the same cannon as on the Bradley. It's just the rate of fire is beefed up. Not to mention the fact that the ADATS' turret is unmanned. Whereas the Tunguska, three of the 4 crew members are in the turret. And with the turret being so thinly armored, it's not hard to kill it's not hard to kill a Tunguska. Just by, spraying it down with, an autocannon or something. This turret is hull break. Yes, but it doesn't have crew in it. And especially with the hull break changes being what they are, you need to fire a high explosive round at the ADATS turret in order to cause hull break. Whereas if you just fire an APFSDS rounds at the turret, there's no guarantee that it's going to detonate it. Whereas if you fire an APFSDS round at the turret of a Tunguska, you'll kill all 3 crew members and knock the vehicle out. I just think that the ADATS is a far better vehicle overall than the Tunguska. That's not to say the Tunguska is bad, it's just that the ADATS is more capable. Kind of hoping that when the Pantsir eventually gets added, it has the option to ditch 2 missiles for 2 quad manpad pods, fit into its launcher rigging, so you have 30mm guided missiles and fire and forget missiles. That would be pretty nice. Gun on the ADATS isn't stabilized. And how often are you driving and shooting the Tunguska? Because I can guarantee you trying to drive while guiding Saklos missiles is a pain in the ass. Swede, I don't know if it's been fixed. It might have been fixed, I don't know. But I'm not willing to test it because the last thing I want to do is test a potential blue screen of death for my PC. Alright, I think I should try out the STA3. Just throw on a single backup. And make sure I get crew replenishment. Alright, let's bush it up. What does sack loss mean? Sack loss means that it's optically guided. So you point a crosshair at your target, and the missile will guide itself towards your crosshair. Sack loss has the unique advantage of not being jammable. Depending on its guidance system. Like if it's a wire guided or something like that, then like in the terms of an anti-tank missile, then you can't really jam it unless you dazzle the optics somehow. But it also can sometimes be less accurate because it's dependent on the operator's skill to guide the missile into the target. Sack loss should self-guide and account for lead, but currently in game it's modeled as Kloss. Fair enough. Where's the Japanese? There we are. Oh god, that looks hideous. There we go. Did Gaijin give you the Bofors dispenser? No, they didn't give any of the content creators the event vehicles yet. They're not available. They will be available soon, but not yet. But rest assured, when the event vehicles are available, I will request them. Soon TM, pretty much. Alright. Lost command line of sight, it just means it goes where you point. Yeah. Okay. Tell me what is top tier like? Fast and unforgiving. Like, extremely punishing. It's not like lower tiers where armor plays a much greater part. Top tier is just, it's much faster pace. Everybody is stabilized, everybody is very fast, very maneuverable, and shells are incredibly deadly. We need to call off the update, unplayable. You would think that they would call off the update considering the fact that there are 2 massive blue screen of death crashes in this update. One if you crash the A4E, and the other if you load into Ground Zero, which is this map but nuked. Did the A4E finally get patched? I mean, if it did, great. But I'm not willing to test that. It's a fold at best it will crash your game, and at worst it will blue screen of death your PC.
Enemy forces have
I'm not willing to risk that. Well, one thing sure hasn't changed. It's the fucking terrible reverse speed of this vehicle. Can't see whoever captured the point. Can't see this guy, though. Damn. Lost him. Nope, and he is no longer a problem.
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
I do not recommend doing what I'm doing right now. Oh my god, I can't see anything! I hate this map so much! That looks like a Centurion to me. Or, is that a Centurion or a T-34? Oh, shit.
Attention to the designated grid square!
Wow, he fucked that one up. Big time. No one really talks about it? You have no idea how often this gets brought up in the CC Discord? That map rotations are utterly horrible, but there are basically 2 distinct camps on this issue. Among the CCs and among the community. There are the people who think that large maps are horrible for gameplay and are not fun to play on because they have to actually drive more than like a minute to get to the action. And then there are people who think that, oh god, that's huge. well, there really wasn't much I was going to be able to do there. And then there are people like myself who believe that the gameplay would be far better if we actually had larger maps for vehicles to move around in and maneuver in, and actually take advantage of what makes them unique and interesting. People who don't like the big maps tend to cite them as extremely boring. And the way that I see it is, if you want instantaneous action, go play arcade. Arcade does that really well. Or go play low tiers. Maps of this size are great for tiers 3, 4, like this. Tiers 3, 4, maybe 5, but there is no reason that a tier 6 and 7 vehicle should be fighting on this map. They should be on maps that give them the actual room to maneuver that they need. Otherwise, what you end up doing, all you end up doing is steamrolling one side with no chance of coming back from it. And all you end up doing is spawn camping.
Attention to the map.
Yeah, rank 6 and 7 have zero business being at the tiers they tend to end up in. Oh, come on.
Attention to the designated grid square.
We both kind of got fucked up there. Damn it. Alrighty. Right. And I'm not suggesting that we put massive maps like Fulda Gap and Maginot Line at tier 1. I get it. At those tiers, it makes no sense. What people don't seem to understand is that what there needs to be is certain tiers only allow certain maps. Map rotations should be based entirely on the battle ratings and the tiers that they show up in. I'm not suggesting that we put fucking Fulda Gap or Maginot Line as a reserve tier map. It makes no sense. Especially at that early tier, when people are just starting to play the game, you want people to get into the action very quickly so they can start learning the game. Not have to beat around the bush. What I am saying, however, is that very, very tiny maps with top tier vehicles is just dumb. Oh, that's where he went. Oh, never mind. He's down the street. Or just make Alaska bigger? It's not that simple. The reason why Alaska is so bad is because the map is so heavily forested and is either fighting on flat terrain or in like completely open terrain with no real middle ground. All you end up doing is creating a large map that takes forever to find people in, that ends in nothing but a bunch of little knife fights, which is no better. Vietnam it suffers from this as well. It's a massive map that takes forever to find people in, but ends in nothing but a bunch of little knife fights. And it's horrible. It's not fun. And it throws, especially at the upper tiers, it throws away all of, like, a lot of what makes the top tier vehicles interesting and fun. It's like, people wonder why armor doesn't do much for you at high tiers, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that pretty much all of the top tier vehicles are armored against shots that are coming in at 1.5 kilometers or more.
Attention to the map!
At that range, when you're shooting center mass, the armor on a lot of these vehicles suddenly starts to make sense. Like, suddenly it's not as big of a deal that you have a lower plate with next to no armor on it. Oh, well, I'm kind of screwed here. Suddenly it makes a lot more sense that you have a lower plate with not much armor on it, but it's really small. Like on the T90s or the T72s and so on. Because at 1.5 kilometers, nobody's shooting for that. They're just trying to get rounds on target. And at long range, again, you, like, even within War Thunder, at long range, you're just trying to get rounds on target. Not necessarily aiming for the pixel-wide weak spot in his upper front plate. If you hit that weak spot in real life and you blow the tank up, fantastic.
The Allied forces have captured a
But you're
zone.
just trying to get steel on target, at the very minimum. After that, then you start trying, like, once you start getting steel on target, then you start dealing actual damage. But if you start forcing all of these MBTs and so on
Attention to the map!
to start knife fighting at like 200 meters or lower, or 500 meters or lower in most cases, you throw away all of the advantages that the top tier MBTs bring to the table. And again, if you don't want to drive for 4 or 5 minutes and you want to just start shooting things, Arcade has got you covered. If you're going to play realistic battles, it makes a hell of a lot more sense for the vehicles to actually fight at the engagement ranges they're designed for.
Thanks.
I mean, yeah, you're not going to be able to totally avoid close-in fights. I get that. I'm not saying that that the map should never have those. They're going to have them at some point or another. People are going to get closer because they may not necessarily believe they can hit a target. People just naturally tend to come closer to each other. But at least provide us with the opportunities for long-range engagements and not none of this knife fight in a phone booth bullshit that they insist on doing. Player base complains. Well, here's the other thing too. If you've got 2 MBTs at 2 kilometers and neither one of them neither one of them can penetrate each other, move.
Enemy forces have
Take your
captured
engagement
the zone.
somewhere else.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Even the best maps in War Thunder provide options for you. They provide the option to go long range, short range, or medium range. Maginot Line is a perfect example of this. If you want to sit back and snipe, it's got you covered. Uh-oh. Well, that didn't go well for me. If you want to sit back and snipe, it's got you covered. If you want to go into a medium range engagement or close the distance, you've got 2 other options. Maps with only one type of engagement are bad maps. Well, Middle East worked initially because it was in the April Fool's event, and because everybody had unlimited respawns. If everybody had unlimited respawns, the small maps wouldn't be as much of an issue, because the ability for you to spawn camp would be limited by the fact that, well, you're only going to kill a couple of people before they come back and take you out. Like, you're not going to be able to spawn camp for very long in an unlimited respawns game. Guaranteed. Middle East doesn't work at top tier because people don't have unlimited respawns. And so as soon as somebody gets into a relatively advantageous position, they can dominate the battlefield with virtual impunity. Now again, imagine a line full to gap, like the really large maps, they don't deserve to be at lower tiers. I think tier 4 is like the very, very lowest they should ever show up. And even then, that's kind of pushing it. I would say tier 5, like once you start seeing vehicles start getting reliable rangefinders, or start reliably getting rangefinders, that's when I think you should start increasing the map sizes. Because with rangefinders, all of a sudden, you can now get first round hits at very, very long range on a regular basis. Yeah, Port Novo is an absolutely horrific map, especially the variant that requires people to like suicide rush out into the middle of the open field. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. Let's see here. All right, hopefully Ground Zero has been patched. Port Novo is pretty terrible. What is it? Frozen Pass at top tier is really terrible. Stalingrad at top tier is really terrible. Berlin at top tier is not very fun. I tend to get decent games on Berlin, but it's not a good map. Cargo Port is okay. The Small Sinai, this is terrible for top tier. Not fun. But yeah. That is the biggest issue with War Thunder. If War Thunder would fix that, make top tier games on pretty much only large maps, and mid to low tier games on along like a medium sized to smaller sized map, then I think a lot of the game's gameplay issues would resolve themselves. And at that point, it comes down to balancing an economy and stuff like that. You start to really encounter a lot of issues when you put vehicles into situations they're not designed for. About non-historical maps made for tanks? Well, I mean, I don't care about the historicity of a map. I don't care if Maginot Line is supposed to be based in 1940 Europe. Or 1941, or whatever. The map is designed... The map much better favors high-tier vehicles than it does low tiers. And as a result, that's where they should show up. Or if you're going to put something like Maginot Line into a lower tier, make it a very small and constricted version of that map. People shouldn't have to drive for 10 minutes in a fucking tier 1 French light tank. They shouldn't have to drive for 10 minutes in an FCM-36 to get to the battle. That map should be reserved exclusively for very small variants at low tier, or only for high tier. Yeah, also, World War II tanks in Vietnam, that's dumb, because it takes forever to find anybody, and when you do find somebody, it's a knife fight. Well, like 99% of the time. But yeah. Guys just like, oh, well, 80% of the player base prefers small maps. Yeah, no shit, 80% of the player base is below tier 5. A vast majority of your player base plays the game between rank 4 and rank 1. Or even, hell, rank 3 and rank 1. And at that tier, the large maps don't make any fucking sense. That's not what people are referring to. They're referring to top tier. Talking about that sort of thing gets my blood boiling. Actually, throw this in here. Imagine their statistics are fucking dumb. Well, it's like there are some smart people at Gaijin, but nobody seems to understand what we're saying. Or either that, or they choose to ignore it. Maybe they choose not to fix it because they make more money out of just frustrating the fuck out of people rather than making their game enjoyable. That wouldn't even fucking surprise me because they do it on a regular basis. Mike and Oxy are the only two smart people at Gaijin. That's not true. I've met some pretty smart people at Gaijin. But they seem to be totally unwilling to admit their mistakes. Like the head development team. They can never admit a case of, we fucked up, we're wrong. It's always like, they've always got to divert the blame, or just not address it at all. And they think that they're better because of it. When in reality, all they do is hurt themselves. Smin isn't perfect. The problem with Smin is that Smin is given Smin is given instructions like, here is what you're allowed to say and here's what you're not allowed to say. And he has to work within those constraints. But Smin is also well known for not being the most honest character when it comes to admitting mistakes.
Defend the A point!
It's like, god damn it. I get it. Mistakes can be shameful. Like, it's not fun to make mistakes. But I think the boneheads at Gaijin,
Have captured a zone.
if they would just admit their own mistakes and then correct them, or just say, hey, we know this is an issue, we're working on it as fast as we can, or hey, this is an issue, we acknowledge that, but these are the other priorities that need to come first, I think people would be a little bit more willing to deal with them. Unfortunately, Gaijin has fostered this community of complete distrust in them. So even when they try to do something nice, people aren't willing to trust them that they're trying to do something good. I mean, I see it in my comment sections all the damn time. Anytime I praise Gaijin for something good that they do. Oh, I totally screwed that up. Anytime I try and praise Gaijin for something good that they've done, I get all sorts of hate from people who are saying, oh, you can't praise Gaijin, they do all this other stuff. It's like, well, no, I can praise them for the things that they do right. But even when they're trying to do something good, everybody just assumes that it's some part of nefarious plan.
Attention! Grid squares!
And it's like, god damn it, Gaijin. You could be doing so damn well for yourself if you didn't shoot yourself in the foot all the fucking time. God damn it. I mean, you're a corporate fucking show, so that is understandable. Oh, these are the upgraded missiles, so they have 700 meters per second. Much faster. Oh, for fuck's sake. Watch this guy swing around and fucking kill me. Ah, god damn it. Sweden! Why did you not put a fully rotatable turret on this thing? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that was on me. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Only took me 5 missiles. This thing seems kind of bad. Well, when you're firing at aircraft at higher altitudes or longer ranges, it makes a lot more sense. When you're trying to do point air defense, not so great. Not anytime soon, Frank. 'Cause that thing is a piece of shit. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Still want to hit him, though. Oh. Of course, now you show up. Now you fucking show up.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Proxy fuses are nice. Of course, CC1 is stops at 21 kilometers per hour. Passive scouts make zero fucking sense within the context of War Thunder. It makes very little sense to me that you would just do nothing but passive scout. Especially when you have options like the Type 16, which can be an active scout. Active scouting is just glitchy. It's not so much that it doesn't work. It's weird, because like sometimes you can spot enemies like over the top of cover
Counterattack.
because of their antenna or antennae. And other times you just can't see anything, or like other times it just refuses to spot somebody that's completely in the open. See, I can spot that guy just from his exhaust. But also the fact that the game punishes you for missing a spot by forcing you to like wait 30 seconds for you to be able to spot something again after you miss is just dumb. I think if they just made the cooldown the same even if you missed or not, would be more than enough to keep people from spamming it, but also not like take you out of your completely take away your ability to be a scout for a ridiculous length of time. It's like, what, your radio broke for 30 seconds? Makes no sense. I don't think I should be punished for slightly missing something when all they would have to do is just change the cooldown length to the same as the one if I actually managed to spot the guy. Because that's plenty enough time. It's like, what, a 5-6 second cooldown if you spot somebody? That'll keep people from just like looking everywhere and spamming it.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
And it'll mean that people will be forced to actively try and spot things, but without completely removing them from the action for a ridiculous amount of time. Yeah, there's no getting to that cap point at this stage in the battle.
This time the enemy has proven stronger. Withdraw.
That was a pretty terrible game. I didn't do well at all. Just before now you punished? Yeah. That's also really annoying. When will I do an HSTVL review? When the vehicle stops being garbage? i.e. when they actually fix the vehicle and make its shells actually do fucking damage? I tried to do a review on it, and I hated every second that I played it. Because the vehicle is so badly gimped by its implementation that it's not worth playing. Dandy, probably never, because I don't do aircraft reviews. What's up with my voice? Have you ever played World of Tanks? Yeah. I didn't get much past tier 5 and I didn't really enjoy it. Not really my cup of tea. I've considered reviewing the SK60B, but that would be the exception rather than the rule. But yeah, that would be the exception rather than the rule. Oh, let's try this. Swap out the SK60 for the 105OE. Thoughts on the winter French tank, the EBR-75? I'm really excited for it. A wheeled vehicle that has the potential to actually be fast with a with the FL10 turret is just that's going to be awesome. So much fun. Stop sputtering? Well, if you don't like my stuttering, then you can leave. You don't have to be here. What is my real thoughts about this game? I love it, but I get pissed off with it. I really wish that Gaijin would stop shooting themselves in the fucking foot. That's my real thoughts with this game. And the thoughts that I always give are my real thoughts. Would you play a helicopter if I formally requested it? Probably not. You think the Class 3 is worth it because it just seems like a worse Radkampfwagen? Maybe, maybe not. I'm gonna have to try it out. He did a lot for the team. After 5 years, I'm honestly starting to get tired of War Thunder. Don't get me wrong, I love this game, but I've watched you play more than I myself have played the game this year. I've found that I can't play War Thunder for like 10, 12 hours a day like I used to. And War Thunder is by far my favorite game of all time. No question.
Reloading.
I've been playing the game for 8 years now. That being said, I can't play the game for more than about 4 hours. Any more than that, and I start not having fun anymore. I find that by limiting myself to a couple of hours, a few days a week, then I'm able to enjoy the game in spurts while not burning myself out as much.
Attack the C point.
It's also worth pointing out that War Thunder is one of the few games I'm actually pretty good at. Or at least I'd like to think I am. I'm better than average, but that doesn't mean I don't do stupid shit.
We are losing.
But the way I see it, the fact that I do stupid shit and it sometimes works and most of the time just gets me blown up makes this far more entertaining. Yeah, see, shit like that. I just tried to spot him and it didn't work. And now now I can't spot for 30 seconds. Wonderful.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Yes!
Heat, I would appreciate it if you stopped spamming caps, please. it doesn't make your comments any more noticeable, and if anything, it makes me want to ignore them.
Reloading! Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
That's a Type 90. Interesting.
Indirekt här. In position. The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Ah, dang it. Merkaba. Got me from behind.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I used to play War Thunder in 5-6 hour sessions. Nowadays, I can get so pissed off in first match in a day, I just quit for a week. Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
The game can be immensely frustrating at times.
Reloading.
And it's made all the more frustrating by the fact that when this game does what it does well, it's phenomenal. Like, there are sparks of greatness in this game. And it's like, it's so close to being the best game in its genre, period. But then it pulls some bullshit and reminds you that no, the developers aren't more interested in fucking you over than actually making a decent game. Or than actually making the best game that they possibly can. It's an uncut diamond? Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. There we go.
Målet nedkämpat.
Destroy hostile troops!
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Nice antenna you got there, buddy.
Klar för eldgivning. Klar. Målet nedkämpat.
Well, that took a hell of a lot more missiles than I would have liked, but we got there in the end.
Repairing.
Yes, I have seen the last season of Clone Wars. It was great.
Repairing. Cover me! Returning to the base. Repairing! Provide air cover for our base.
Indirekt där. Enligt följande. Där fick jag. We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
What the fuck was that? What just swung my... Oh my god. Ugh. I think the ATGM launcher just fucked me there. It just swung my vehicle to the right and threw off my aim. God damn it. What is that crap? Oh. Okay. Nice meme. That was bullshit. It's like as soon as I fired all my missiles, my... Oops, that's not what I want to do. As soon as I fired all my missiles, my turret went from pointing at him to just pointing down to the right. Hang on. Can I repeat this? Oh. What the fuck? Hang on. What the shit? What is that? Hold on. If I start driving, watch the stabilizer. What the hell? Okay, so I think if I have the launcher deployed and I start driving past the stabilizer, what the fuck? I'm not doing that. Watch the gun sight. The fuck? So yeah, if I drive too fast with, if I drive past the point that the missile, if I drive past the point that the missile launcher can still be deployed while it's deployed, then like your gun sight like bucks upward for no reason. Yeah, and then it just like launches your camera in one random direction or another. It's crap like that. Oh, this game, man. I swear to fuck. Oh, since I'm bug reporting this, it won't decrease queue times. By that logic, they should have left the A4E bug report in because it would have decreased queue times. They should have left the A4E crash in. They really can't give this vehicle a break. No, it just seems like they fix one thing and then they immediately break another about it. And it sucks too because this is one of my favorite vehicles in the game. Having those top attack missiles on an IFV this powerful is really fun. You have a strategy for grinding a lot of SL in Germany 4.0 to 5.0 without premiums. Play vehicles that you're good at and use boosters. Use Silver Lion boosters or RP boosters and so on. SL boosters are your best bet for earning extra SL without premium time or a premium vehicle. Thermal switching on and off itself. This thing is spaghetti code incarnate. Yeah. I'm gonna have to bring this up in the bug report section. Because by the way, you guys would think, as content creators that have direct access to at least part of the Gaijin staff, that we would have a direct line to Gaijin's development headquarters regarding like bugs and feedback and so on. Feedback? Sure. But up until like a week or two ago, nothing for bugs. Like, it was literally within the last 2 weeks that we finally got the ability to send bugs directly to Gaijin from the CC Discord. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to show this one off. Actually, if somebody wants to clip that, that would actually help me out a lot. Otherwise, I'll just go back and clip it earlier or later. People wanted to see the ZSU-37, so let's play some in that. Let's see here. I'm going to take the T55 AM first. See where this takes me.
Attention to the map.
USSR really needs a cast plane at 8.3. Yeah, that would be nice. It's kind of interesting that USSR's close air support seems to, like, really drop off the radar. Pardon the pun. But they seem to really drop off the radar after the IL-10s. It's just like Russian CAS just disappears. Either that or we just don't have really good CAS aircraft. Whereas the Americans are just like, strap bombs on everything.
Attention to the designated grid square!
No. Premium doesn't change anything about how the game plays for you. Having a premium account won't make you a better player. All premium account does is mean that you spend a third less games grinding things.
The enemy has most of the strategic zones.
That's not pay to win. It doesn't give you any sort of advantage on the actual battlefield.
Bravo!
It just means that you need to play bad vehicles less.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
More like pay to progress. Yeah. If War Thunder is anything, it's definitely a pay to progress game. Yes, you can get to top tier just entirely by free to play. Is it going to be within a reasonable period of time? Fuck no. You are far better off either buying premium account or buy a premium vehicle that you really like and that you'll really enjoy playing. Oh no, he's behind me. I probably should have seen that coming.
The enemy is winning.
Play a vehicle buy a premium vehicle that you think you'll really enjoy and play the fuck out of that. Yes, and the higher tier, the better. If you can afford a tier 6 premium for tanks or a tier 5 premium for aircraft, buy it. Because the tier 6 premiums can research every single tier in the game without a penalty. Every other tier premium or vehicle is not going to be capable of researching every single tier in the game with maximum efficiency. So when people say like, so when people say like $60 for a premium, that's horse shit. It's like, well, you're effectively buying the ability to progress via a premium account forever using that vehicle. Yeah. I was trying to shoot down the missile. It didn't work. Oh fuck, I forgot the scimitar had those. I forgot the scimitar had 4 bullpups. I should have put a backup on this thing. Oh well. We'll use the second best AA. How does the penalty work, by the way? It just restricts how much it just restricts how much RP you can earn. So instead of like playing a tier 7 vehicle or something like that and researching a tier 1 vehicle in one game, you have to play like 10 games in a tier 7 vehicle to research a tier 1. Because you have because it dramatically reduces the amount of RP you earn. Balls. I can't aim at him. Well, this is where it ends. This is the end. I can't do shit about that. Don't think the BMP-2M is worth my squad points? Yeah. It's just a BMP-2, but with better missiles and thermal sights. Well, that fucking sucked. I do need to put backups on this thing, though. Alright, have a good one, Minnie. Holy shit, it's already 5 o'clock? It's already 5 minutes to 5? Damn, today flew by. Today really flew by. Didn't really get a chance to play the Buccaneer, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play... Play 9.3 game to see if I can try and get some time on the Buccaneer. My ancestors are smiling at me, capitalist. Can you say the same? Don't forget the 4 bullpups and the 4 internal bombs. That's what I got. The full cancer build. The fact that the RB05s are inverted up in compared to bullpups and whatever the fuck the other ones are called, Nords, is really screwy though. Actually, take the Rui Cat and spot. Get thermals that way, and it costs less points. I'd love to get a haircut, but California is currently on lockdown because of the Rona. And it's like a 3-week lockdown or something. Oh god. I can't turn. There we go. I love that the internal bombs drop singly. Yeah, they do. That combined with a CCIP bomb sight means that you can strike 4 separate targets. Yeah, that's what I'll probably end up having to do. I know my brother has a trimmer, but he's like growing his hair out right now, so I should take the trimmer from my dad's place and give myself a buzz cut. Earlier in the year, I completely shaved my head. Went full bald boy.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
This guy in the chat. I love this guy in the chat. He's just like, oh, reported. Ban incoming. That's super funny. Can't tell if he's... Oh yeah, he has no idea I'm here.
We're ahead of the enemy. It's Thursday right. The enemy tank has been destroyed.
He's no longer a problem. Overregulation?
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Can't really climb this hill because fucking wheeled vehicles, am I right? I, for one, would love to climb this hill, but... wheeled vehicles! I have to fucking, like, Armor 3 this bullshit. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. I can't climb this! What is this crap? Hello? Yeah, and then you have track vehicles which would climb this in like a split second. Thanks, Gaijin. Very cool. I am at full fucking What is this crap? I don't get it, Gaijin. Why do you insist on fucking over your wheeled vehicles like this? Why do you do this crap? Zentima. And this is precisely the reason I didn't want to go over here. Because you have no fucking cover. God damn it. That's exactly why I didn't want to go that way. That is 100% exactly the reason why I did not want to go that direction.
have captured a zone.
Seen a grand total of 3 VFM Mark Vs. It's not too surprising. The lack of thermals on this vehicle kills it. Not having any thermal sights on this thing, even though the fire control system that it's using is well known to have them, is utter bullshit. Or the engine noise for it still sucks. Yeah, I feel like I'm driving a lawnmower. Or like an electric lawnmower. At least it's relatively fast, though.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Oh, I totally fucked that up. I think I killed his gunner? Yeah, I killed his gunner. Fuck.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Alright, that's friendly. I hate capping so goddamn much.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
It's such bullshit. This is why I don't like capping. Same ZTZ as well. Same exact guy. This guy's got 5 kills. Alright, that's a Harrier. That's the Harrier. Again, Seahawk. Credit where credit is due. That ZDZ is a slippery motherfucker. It's playing it right. Oh, come on. Did he just... Oh, no, he just took out the... Holy shit.
Well done.
Well done, Mr. Harrier. That was a precision strike. God damn. Like, I heard something over here, but I wasn't sure if it was me or just my imagination. Them forcing your engine sound up to 50 really screwed with me. Oh, that's probably why. Trying to stream snap you, me and Young encountered a Tiger 2 that got 18 kills and no deaths. Oh,
We captured
Jesus.
most of the strategic zones.
Talk about fucking carrying. Well, that sucks. Alright, fellas, I am all out of time today. So because I stream normally today, we're going to do the community stream tomorrow. So if you guys want to do free squad ups, custom battles, that sort of thing, make sure and show up tomorrow. And we will be doing that. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for spending your time here. And I hope you guys have a real good day. Hopefully they fix up some of the major issues with this patch. And, yeah. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good evening, and have a great weekend.